race fans, and welcome back to the FEG PC Nascar Oval Series every Tuesday night, Monday night, sponsored by FEGPC.net. Today, we've got a doubleheader for you. Starting things off, we're at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to decide the top 8 drivers in the championship. As always, my name's James East, bringing the action 1080p, 60 frames a second, as qualifying drawing down to a close here. Looks like it's going to be Chad Denton on the top spot here. Most drivers have already put down a time as we watch Kenneth McCullough Jr. head out on track. I don't know. It's qualifying. He's not going to get a time there. Kenneth McCullough Jr. will be starting from the back of a 32-truck field. Let's get ready to line them up and see how things are going to start here tonight. Starting on pole, Chad Denton, the number 17 machine. Jeremy Harrington starting second. Derek Fulton starts third. Christopher Carter fourth on the grid. John Below starts fifth. Jeremy Paris starting sixth. Eric Park starting seventh. Chad Ross starting eighth. Jeffrey Radke starts ninth. Jay Dargert starting 10th. We've got Stephen Page starting 11th. Jason Higginbotham starting 12th. William Price starting 13th. Dalton McKinney will be 14th here tonight. James Kaufman starting 15th. Adam Shane starts 16th. Dante Curtis starting 17th. Wally Babb starting 18th. Corey Stahl starting 19th. Devin Rogers starting 20th. David Stryker starting 21st. John Mullahan starts 22nd. Chris Davis starting 23rd. Gordon Darnell starts 24th. Cycling it back one more time to David Sheets starting 25th. Shane Davis starting 26th. Rylan Fascinato starting 27th. Matthew Dula starts 28th. Mark McFadden starting 29th. Kenneth McCullough Jr. starting 30th. Corey Cheshire starting 31st. And Mike Brisson to round out the 30-truck field here today. Let us know where you're from, who you're cheering on. We always appreciate up here in the broadcast booth. Drivers appreciate it as well. As always, no fast repairs here for the FEG.net Truck Series. If you find yourself with a wadded up race car, that is it. You are done. You are out unless you get that thing hammered back into shape. As it looks like a pretty healthy grid here tonight, rolling their way off. In 32 trucks, a pretty busy racetrack here at the mile-and-a-halfer of Charlotte. Todd Kaufman at the wheel here in the fourth. Getting his TV time, that's all. Everybody's trying to get sorted out, and it's gonna be a busy one here tonight, I think. As only 8 drivers are gonna make it in the final championship round, at least for the points. Now again, we have a double header here tonight. We're going to run 135 laps here at Charlotte and then roll right into the second race of the night, where we will head into Gateway. Worldwide Technology right after we're done here at Charlotte. Maybe about a 10-15 minute break, then we're going to rack them up and do it all over again. Did have a last Monday we were off for the holiday. Ace car is in. Green flag is out. We've already got somebody off on the apron there. Looks like that was David Stryker, had some sort of bobble, some sort of issue, but out front it's Harrington and Denton. Your race leaders, you got Derek Fulton, the number 7 machine, right behind on the inside line. It looks like Harrington with a big blink on the outside. That's not what you want to see in the opening laps here. Denton holding on to it. Harrington trying to get something going with that outside line, but not really getting any support as Derek Fulton has stayed on the inside line. Flagman watches on. And here we go. 2 wide, 2 deep. Can we make it 3 rows? As Below and Fulton go side by side, and everybody jockeying around trying to find a place to get in line here down the backstretch here at Charlotte. And Harrington and Denton still side by side. Harrington really working the outside line. And it seems like it's going to work out as he takes over the race lead from Denton. And now Denton's going to have pressure from John Below and the number 9 machine. Closing in turns 1 and 2. Eric Fulton, Christopher Carter going side by side. You've also got Parks and Ross side by side. That's back to about the 7th place spot. Out of these drivers week in and week out. Some drivers opting to push hard early on. Other drivers more willing to hang out the back, play it safe, and wait for some of the fast trucks to take themselves out of this thing. As if I was a betting man, I would wager we're going to have a couple of cautions here tonight. Just based on how busy this racetrack is. Chad Ross at 38. He's side by side with Carter. Trying to his way up in the right over a little bit. Ross in that 38 is up 3 spots early on. As Harrington continues the charge out front. He's got about 2/10 over John Below. Below, not one of those drivers we've historically seen a lot of patience, wants to get up front and do so rather quickly. Way being in the mid-pack danger zone, as we call it. Speaking of mid-pack shenanigans, there's Dalton McKinney, and I believe that's going to be William Price side by side. That will be the battle for 12th out on track. Trying to see who our hard charger is. I believe at the moment it's going to be Devin Rogers in the Toyota. He's up 4 spots so far. Having a pretty going night here in the 25 machine. But from about 15 back, they're getting a little hectic. Ross and Carter still side by side. Ross is popped up to the high line. Looks like Derek Fulton trying to follow in the bright pink number 7. As Ross has a massive run over Denton as well. He had to back out of it, as here comes Carter up the inside line to try and take over that 4th place spot once more. Up front, Harrington Below have a little bit of a breakaway, about 3/10 over Chad Denton, Chris Carter, and Chad Ross, who round out the top 5 here. Very impressed with these guys. A lot of hard racing going on here tonight. As we focus in on Jeremy Harrison's number 24 machine. Joe is the 2488 on track, so he's got the wrong transponder in it. He's trying to get around Eric Parks, the number 73 Ford F-150. There's been a lot of side-by-side action here tonight. As I say that, Carter and Ross next to each other once more. Fulton still looking for a gap. As right behind Paris and Parks side-by-side looking for a way through as well. As it looks like Fascinato somewhere at the back has an off-track excursion. Gliding through the infield. Not sure what happened to him. Let's take a look and see if we can take a peek at what happened to that number 69 machine. Up just tagged the outside wall in 4 all by his lonesome. Pitches it across the infield. Thankfully, it looks like he was able to keep it off the wall there. We will continue charging forward under green flag conditions at Charlotte. "32 drivers entered, still 32 out on track." You check back in on your race leader, John Below and Jeremy Harrington. But Below has made that move all the way up to the lead. Harrington started off second, continued to run in second here, and may try and work the draft out of that number 9 machine. As if we can go green, fuel saving may be very important for some of these drivers. We've seen races, if not championships, on a Monday night, won or lost. And right now, pretty smooth sailing for the drivers. Below has picked up about a quarter of a second advantage over second place Harrington. Harrington just about 6/7 over Denton, who's kind of in no man's land here. 7/10 off the back of the second place driver Harrington, about 4.5 over Derek Fulton in fourth. Interesting to see the field getting a little bit stretched out here. And again, let us know who you're cheering for, where you're from. A lot of the drivers will have it pulled up on a separate monitor, and if not, they just about always go back and watch it again. As Below and Harrington just clicking off laps here, 16 laps in. Last time by, both drivers dropping 31.6s, but they're already a second off their fastest lap of the race. Feeling the tire wear relatively quickly here at Charlotte. As this run progresses, that's where we're going to see a few more mistakes and may make that caution a bit more likely to come out here. As drivers will really start to tighten up through the corners. The truck will start pushing towards the outside wall, and the more you fight it, the worse it gets. A little bit further back in the field, things are still hectic as we check in on Wally Bass, the number 99 machine. And he's got a bunch of drivers in front of him duking it out for the top 13. Don McKinney, Devin Rogers, Adam Shane, Jeffrey Radke. You got Babb, Higginbotham, Mullahan, all in the fray here. Everybody trying to fight for a career best. Going a little bit further up in the field is Ross. Looked like Eric Parks was trying to make a move on that 38, not quite able to do it. They've also got Jay Dargert, William Price, Dante Curtis, Stephen Page linked up nose to tail. Parks slowly pulling away from Ross ever so slightly here after making the pass. You go back up front to your race leader, John Below, still has Jeremy Harrington stalking that number 9 machine. They're holding about a 6/10 advantage over Denton. Yes, can't quite catch the draft. Try and take a peek here to see if maybe Below and Harrington are teammates for today's main event. And they are indeed not. So I was thinking maybe have some teammates up front helping each other out. But that is not the case. Just two different drivers. We are in four to get below, up 4 spots so far tonight. But I think it's Dante Curtis, or no, excuse me, it's going to be Matthew Dula in the 32 Chevrolet. Our current hard charger out on track. He is up 8 spots so far tonight. And right in front of him is a busy racetrack. That's Babb, Radke, Mullihan, Higginbotham, a collection of drivers I've had the pleasure of following a whole lot here on iRacing. By side. Oh, they're stacking it up. Mullihan through. Higginbotham. Radke side by side. Matthew Dula's trying to make it 9 positions gain here. Quite tell if he's got a little bit of battle worn on that paint or if maybe he tagged the outside wall. So it seems to me from about 7th place back is where all the excitement is here this evening. As it looks like Ross and Price going side by side. Fascinato comes down pit road for a green flag stop. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he's got some damage. Bring one of our favorite Canadians down into the box early on. Can't imagine he's maybe trying different pit strategy. So far, nobody else coming down pit road either. It's just Fascinato who's in and out in 12.7 seconds. Now, we did get a report as well. Shane Davis retired early here tonight. He is out on about lap 12. Let's put it back in the virtual hauler, but let's go a little bit further back. Focusing in on Adam Shane. And the number 79 machine. He's on the high side. This is getting really busy here for just inside the top 10. That's Carter and Ross going back and forth in the 8th place battle, but the field stacking up behind. We're 2 wide and 3 rows deep back to 13th place. A 6-pack of trucks getting a little bit dicey here. As this is going on, I believe we've got a battle for the lead as well, as Harrington was putting the pressure on below, but can't quite look away here. This is all sorts of excitement. It's going to be about a 3-car battle for the lead, as Chadwick Denton has joined the fray up front below Harrington. Denton, your current top 3, looks like Mike Brisson coming down for a pit stop on lap 28. Oh, he's also trying to get off cycle. Derek Fulton, Jeremy Paris all by themselves, and yes, we've got green flag stops for days, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Brisson down pit road, Christopher Carter, Matthew Dula, all coming down pit road on lap 29, maybe trying to get off the pit cycle of the leaders and try something different here. As we watch Curtis and Ross going side by side in the battle for 8th. Lowe holds on to the race lead as the green flag stops have started here. Looks like so far, Dula, Carter, Brisson all taking 4 tires on that stop. Corey Cheshire also coming down pit road. Jeremy Harrington, Chadwick Denton, who are running second and third, they come down pit road together. John Below stays out. Historically, Below has been fantastic on green flag runs. So I would imagine he's going to stretch this thing out to the limit here. So keep an eye out on that number 9 machine. He's going to let us know how long you can truly stay out on fuel as somebody gets a little bit squirrely there in front of him. A big moment for Below, almost getting wiped out by traffic. And Below comes down pit road. It's going to be Derek Fulton. And the number 7 Toyota opting to stay out here for as long as he can. Be a good strategy, trying to keep some drivers down a lap if we do have that caution come out. And sometimes pay massive dividends. Bolton down pit road. Let's see what good old Jason Higginbotham opts to do in the 44. So he's looking to make it at least 34 laps. Now, I don't think Higginbotham has many tires behind the wall, so he's going to try and get all of his money's worth out of the set that's on the truck. And I think he's got 2 more behind the wall that he can use. Get Abby Laughlin here tonight, cheered on Corey Stahl in the 66, wishing everybody some good luck. Higginbotham comes down pit road. That's going to put, I believe, Harrington as your new race leader. I believe the only driver who has yet to come down pit road is going to be Dante Curtis in the number 29 Toyota. Fascinato trying to get a lap back from the leader, not able to do so. So it looks like John Below, Chad Denton starting to reel in Harrington as well. Now this is the second and third place driver as Denton makes his way around Below. Below, though, very fast over the long run here at Charlotte, at least in the opening fuel stint. And it looks like he's going to let Denton go for a little bit here. Let's go back and check in on Chad Ross, sitting just inside the top 10. He's in a battle with William Price. Price makes the move on the inside line. Looks like McKinney's going to follow suit as he goes side by side with Ross down the back stretch. Great racing all across the track. So now it's going to be Dargert just inside the top 10, running nice. Keep an eye out. Dalton McKinney in that 46 Chevrolet has been very quick and has been making some big moves here. As we say that, He does just that, throw it up the inside line of Darter. And let's go back up front. Jeremy Harrington looks to have checked out here. 1.5 seconds up over Denton and below. And only 40 laps in. Now I'm trying to look. Looks like the longest fuel run we saw out of these drivers may have been about 34 laps. I believe that was going to be Jason Higginbotham with a very long run. So that should give us an idea for the rest of the night of what type of fuel runs we're going to be looking at out of these drivers. As I believe Shane Davis, number 21 Chevrolet, left the raceway on around lap 12, is returning to get back out on track and go get some laps in a series with every point mattering. Heat time is everything. As now, for the first time, I believe tonight, Harrington's going to have lap traffic to contend with. As it stands, we've only got 26 drivers on the lead lap, 31 out of the original 32 still out there. That's going to be Mr. Mark McFadden and the Ford Mustangs, the Ford F-150. He will not have too many issues with traffic at this point, at least. But the longer he continues with this run, the more exciting things can be. That's Stephen Page and Chris Davis just ahead of your race leader. They're in their own battle for 25th here on track. Right, this is going to be a 4-stop race for the drivers for a pretty long night. It's going to be interesting how this pans out as far as tire strategy goes. Who has enough sets behind the wall to take tires every single time? Who's going to be running a little bit short, especially with the quick runs we're seeing so far? And don't forget as well, tonight, a double header for drivers. They're going to have to really be in it for the long run. We're doing 135 laps at Charlotte and another 135 at Gateway. As Harrington behind a couple of lap trucks, he's got to be careful here not to put his Chevy in any sort of danger. Got MJ joining us. She's watching from Minnesota, doing some racing on a Monday night. As Harrington slowly working his way through traffic. A little bit further back, they got a battle for 7th as Carter and McKinney go side by side. Dalton McKinney in that 46 machine is up 7th position so far. Started 14th, has worked his way up into 7th. And so far, we've gotten through our first green flag pit stops without any sort of issue. All the drivers doing a good job, taking it nice and easy, not seeing any dangerous jabs so far. As Matthew Dula is actually going to be our hard charger. Somehow Dula is up 20 spots so far tonight. Derek Fulton has taken back over the 5th place spot. Matthew Dula, but Dula having a fantastic run out here tonight. I mean, 20 spots, not even to the halfway mark. That is a pretty good run for the Ohio native. And he came in rather early. He came in a lap 28, not even that track position, and it looks like it's going well for Brett. He's going to be on 4-lap older tires than a large portion of the field, but just to hear your name on the PA saying, hey, he's up 22 positions, you gotta feel good. And ahead of him, Derek Fulton, Jeremy Paris side by side. That's going to punch a big hole in the air for Dula, allow him to pull up a little bit tighter inside and try maybe get inside the top 5. Let's see what else is going out on track. A battle for 15. You've got Corey Cheshire, Adam Shane, John Mullahan all on the fray. You've also got Dante Curtis, Christopher Carter. Racing hard. Curtis charging to the field. He's made a move on both William Price as well as Christopher Carter. Now up 9 spots in the 29 Toyota Tundra. Now what amazes me is how far stretched out your top 3 are. We put the live time count on the left side of your screen. That's Jeremy Harrington, your race leader, 1.7 seconds up from Denton, and a full 4 seconds up from John Malone, who sits in 3rd. Really, your top 5, a just about 10-second gap from Jeremy Harrington, your race leader, to Jeremy Paris in 5th. Paris has Matthew Dula behind him. Again, still up 22 spots so far tonight. And Dula has linked up behind Jeremy Paris. Are these two going to maybe work together for a little bit of the fuel run? We're expecting the fuel window to open up around lap 60 for a majority of the drivers, so we're late into the fuel run. And I don't think Dula is happy riding around in 6th. I think he wants to make a move on Paris here. Here comes Dula up the inside into 3. Slides out in front, and it looks like he's going to make it happen nice and easy there, but no. Oh, a late pit stop, throwing it in. Can't believe he got it slowed down in time. So Dula will come in for a green flag pit stop. Looks like Christopher Carter is going to join him. Another 3-truck battle. Kevin Coe Jr., Eric Parks, Jay Darger running 9th, 10th, 11th. As green flag stops are underway here at Charlotte. McCullough up 21 positions at the very end of qualifying. We tuned in to keep an eye out on the Georgia native and not able to get a timed lap and start at the very, very back here. And still proudly working his way forward. Look at that, that's the 73 of parts, maybe trying to get around Jay Dargert's 57 machine. Good to see some great racing all across the track. Now I'm a little confused. Dante Curtis in the 29 machine, something must have gotten tripped up on the software because it does not show him coming down pit road yet. I can't imagine that's accurate, but if it is, it'll be simply hilarious, the fact that how long he's been able to stretch it out for. Jeremy Harrington, your race leader, coming down pit road for his second stop of the night. I hear something bouncing around towards the back. It wasn't Harrington, but I heard a crash somewhere out on track. Chad Denton coming down pit road. John Below will follow suit. I think Fulton's going to stay out. Yes, he is. He stretched that run out into 33 laps. That opening fuel run, going to do it again here in the bright pink number 7. Dante Curtis, Jeremy Paris side by side in the battle for third. Looks like Curtis has the slightest of advantage up on the inside line. As Paris comes down pit road, Curtis stays out. It looks like a large portion of the field has completed their second stop of the night. Like about 14 drivers, stretching out a little while longer. Now again, this shows us Curtis's first pit stop of the night. I can't believe that's accurate. As Fulton continues to stretch it out, again, he did 33 laps on that opening run, so I'd imagine we'll see him come down through about lap 65, 66, depending on how he's feeling on the tire wear. As he's going to have, I think it's John Below, yes it is, trying to get a lap back from the number 9 machine. We've got problems somewhere out on track as it showed Jeremy Paris having some sort of moment here. No caution, but let's see what happened to Paris. A little bit of contact there between him and Dargert. Again, through the infield, able to keep it off any major wall, so he's got that going for him. And once again, we will keep this thing running green. Derek Fulton comes down pit road on lap 66. Dalton McKinney follows. Jason Higginbotham, what's he going to do? He's about 10 seconds back from that lead back. Higginbotham came in on lap 34 for his opening pit stop, so he's got another couple laps left to go. Let's see, Higginbotham down pit road. That's going to put Harrington once again as your race leader. But now, as the green flag stops are just about completed, he's got company from behind. John below, Chad Denton, within a second of your race leader here. After they were very spread out on the green flag run. And there we go. We got Roger Hale joining us in the spectator area, a fan favorite in his own right. And to poke fun at a friend, I'd even say a legend in his own mind. So good to have Hale coming out, tuned into the show. And my, oh my, look at the traffic for John Below and Jeremy Harrington. We got 14 drivers in the lead lap, and I think all 14 of them right in front of your race leader here. So this is where things get exciting for the race leader. You can see just how busy of a racetrack it is in front of him. He's got Harrington about 1 second back. So I wonder what the safe play here is for the number 9 truck. Does he charge forward and try and get through traffic, or maybe wait for it to clean out a little bit before he tries to make any moves? We are past the halfway mark of the night. We're expecting to see another pit cycle around lap 90 for these drivers. Got to be a white knuckle ride here for Below. As you go on board with your race leader here in Charlotte, you can see there's 5-6 trucks stacked up in front of them. But we're going to interrupt this with a caution for the first time here tonight. It looks like it's going to be Dula tied up in that one, taking a quick tow back to pit road. Let's see what happened to somebody who was extremely far forward here tonight. Our Goon Squad instant replay. Checking in on Dula and showing the 32 on live timing, the 17 on the side of his truck. Like pit entry, perhaps? Locks up the tires. What happened here? I wonder if that was a VR failure, a hardware failure that caused him to come down pit road. That will bring out the caution for the first time here at Charlotte. And let's see what the field's gonna do. Let's see, I think just about everybody comes down pit road. Looks like Dalton McKinney in the 46 will stay out and get a lap led here. So Dalton McKinney, who came in on lap 66, he's off to stay out. Got Joe Cogburn tuning in as well, cheering on and supporting the broadcast. Right as we are under eye-pacing conditions for the first time here tonight. The race we've seen about 30 to 35 laps per run for fuel. Dalton McKinney opts to stay out here, which I think could be a pretty good call. That's going to put his next pit stop right around lap 100. If he can do just a little bit of fuel saving, that'll leave him one more stop to go to make it to the checkered. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, a double-header night. We've got two 135-lap races here this evening. So both drivers, race officials, and broadcaster alike will definitely be pacing themselves. Going to give about 5 or 6 drivers the wave around. Now Matthew Dula still in pit road, so I think it looked to me like a mechanical hardware that had him lock up the brakes and pull off the track. That was enough to trigger the built-in caution system. So it's going to be some Titans on the front row. Dalton McKinney will be accompanied by John Below, Jeremy Harrington, Chad Denton, your second row. Dante Curtis, Eric Parks for third row. Ready for that iRacing pace car to make its way down pit lane. Let's see, McKinney is on about 10-lap older tires as John Below gets swallowed up by Jeremy Harrington, who moves back up into second. Now let's see, historically cautions, green caution, time to get these drivers bunched up, and as I say it, it comes to fruition. Not quite sure where it was. Ron Fasciano was off track, but I'm not sure if he's involved in that or not. What are you doing down there? Well, it looks like the field was already stacking up. I'm not entirely sure where that came out from. That looked like the 25. The problem is none of these guys have the right number, so I can't actually pull up a replay for you. Unfortunately, I will not have the replay as drivers not running the right numbers in their cars or trucks. Excuse me, I can't begin to tell you that who's involved in that one. That'll be a quick caution, our second caution of the night. Not able to get one lap. We're going to have about 50 laps remaining here tonight at Charlotte before we roll into our doubleheader. So let's try this again with McKinney and Harrington on the front row. Below, Den, your second row. Parks and Curtis will be your third row. So let's try this again as we grid them up double file. Driver is itching to get going. They've got a long night ahead of them. They got 50 more laps in this race and then another 135 here at Gateway. I will bet the fans $1. I can afford $1. One single dollar, not split amongst all of you. That I think the field will lighten up for the second event of the night. We had 32 drivers make their way out this evening. We still have 30 out on track. As we do get a report that Matthew Dula has sent it back to the virtual hauler after his issues and woes. Pace car will be in this time by. Let's see if we can get a lap under a green flag. Or if we're going to start rolling into Caution Fest here tonight, Charlotte. I don't think we will. We had such a good running green flag opening start here. Pace car is in. And McKinney sets the stage, getting on the gas. Harrington and Below continue battling side by side for a second. Looks like Below may come out on top here in the number 9. As Harrington slots into third, Parks and Denton round out the top 5. Looks like that number 8 machine of Harrington itching to get back out front though. And now Eric Parks joining the fray in the 73 machine. Now we're expecting the final fuel window to open up around lap 100. At that point, lap 100 to 102, drivers should come down pit road, put in enough fuel that they will be certain to make it to the end here. You've got something going on. Jay Darker finds himself pointing the wrong way. And that'll bring out yet another caution as the 57 machine looks to be very, very wounded here. Let's back that one up a little bit. Dargart's on the high line. Oh, no, he gets pinched by, I think, the 76. Let's try that one once more, maybe try and grab a better camera angle. Dargart running right behind, I believe that's the 25. Looks like the 76 made tag the wall on the outside and left side of your screen. No, just comes down as, oh, Dargart was coming up there. So 2 trucks trying to occupy the same place. This didn't work. And it's going to be a hard impact on the left side of Dargart's 57 machine. Thankfully didn't pogo back into the track. Tries to chase it. Not quite able to, and I think he's going to tag that wall once more. You can see him locking up the brakes, smoking the tires. But unfortunately, he will once again tag the front of that truck. And it's caution night here, Charlotte, our 3rd caution of the night. But it looks like just about everybody stays out. Corey Chesser, Jeremy Paris, Mark McFadden, David Sheets, Mike Brisson all down pit road. Starter in and out to get some repairs as well. And gonna be interesting here. Every time we have a caution, a very quick spree of 3 different cautions. But every time this happens, drivers going to be able to get and save fuel. As what is this? We're crashing under caution. Shane Davis showed involved in that one. What happens here? He trying to warm up his tires? I'm not sure. Fascinato gets tagged in that one as well. And Davis takes a tow back to pit road, so he must have had some sort of mechanical. That was very, very odd to see somebody wadded up under eye-pacing conditions. You'll get that at these bigger jobs. Race car is in, away they go. Green flag is out. Barney, our flagman, putting in work. McKinney still out front, 10-lap older tires than below in Harrington. But after 3 cautions, the tires have started to heat cycle after getting hot so quickly in rapid succession. Here comes below. Looked like Harrington had a big blink in the number 8 machine. He's going to drop back to 5th as McKinney and below challenge for the lead. Eric Parks now 3rd. And he's got Derek Fulton right behind him trying to work his way forward. Below looking to slide past the 46 machine of McKinney for the race lead. It's going to be a drag race down the back stretch. Looks like it's McKinney by just, no, it's too close to call, side by side. Eric Parks using that massive hole punch in the air from the 2 top drivers. And Derek Fulton's gonna pull his way up front as well. Hill, below and McKinney side by side. And the field has stacked up here. Below, McKinney, Parks, Fulton, all in the mix. Chad Ross getting ready to join the fray as well in the 38 machine. And these guys are battling like it's the last lap here at Charlotte. Nose to tail, Chad Ross looks for a line out the outside, not able to find anything with it. We've got some off-track shenanigans further on. I think it's going to be Stephen Page. Cutting through the infield, no caution. We're going to keep running it forward. As now here comes Derek Fulton looking at the inside line of Ross. Everybody trying to pick a line they're comfortable with. Now again, we're expecting that pit window to open up in just 5 or 6 laps. I would think drivers more willing to play it a little bit safe here, but not so. Breakaway over McKinney. McKinney has his hands full with Parks as Fulton and Ross still battling side by side. We're 2 wide, 2 deep from 2nd to 5th place here. This is what John Below is looking for, a chance to build up a little bit of a gap, especially if we can stay green before he comes down pit road for what may be his final stop of the evening. Now Below and Parks have broken down single file. Third. Chad Ross 4th. Dalton McKinney getting back up there. He's now 5th out on track. As you can see just how busy it is here in Charlotte. Got David Sawman looking for a woot-woot out there in the spectator area. Now let's see. Again, we're expecting that pit window to open up in just a couple of laps here. Who's going to be the first driver down pit road? I would imagine that Below's going to stretch it out as long as he possibly can here. Historically, he is known for being a long-run driver. But it looks like Eric Parks not letting that number 9 machine get too far away here. Solomon cheering on the number 66 of Corey Stahl. Stahl currently 14th out on track. He's got 5 spots from where he started. As we continue watching the top 4 drivers linked up less than a second apart. And a little bit further back, you've got Dalton McKinney still in 5th. He's on 10-lap older tires, so doing a good job staying with these guys. I believe your top 4 drivers may be on a 2-tire strategy for this run. So interesting to see just how much faster 2 tires are compared to an older set of 4. We're on lap 101, 34 laps left to go. So at this point, if any of the drivers come down pit road, they should be fairly confident they will make it till the end here on fuel. And I'm curious to see when are those green flag stops, the final planned green flag stops of the evening, finally going to come to fruition. The other question is, will we have another caution interrupt the party here? We've had a few so far, and right as I say that, Adam Shane goes off track in the infield, gets it fired up, and limps it onto the pit road. So not what he was looking for. That's the last thing that anybody wants. I think that's why we're going to see so many drivers stay out as long as they possibly can, especially after those 3 quick cautions, knowing they do not want to get trapped on pit road if the yellow is out. Below 4/10 ahead of Parks. Parks has Fulton in hot pursuit in the battle for second. Fulton looks to the inside line. And Fulton makes up the second place spot. Will he be able to reel in John Below during this run? Colton McKinney comes down pit road. He'll be one of the first drivers in. When will we see your top 3 drivers come down pit road? Looks like Fulton closing the gap to the number 9 machine as this run progresses. Ooh, closing it now to less than 4/10. It was about 6/7. Oh, there we go. Below gains a little bit more time. Now 4/10 over the bright pink number 7 of Fulton. Now these drivers going to have to come down pit road just one more time here tonight to make it all the way till the end on fuel. Historically, we've seen about 30-35 laps is the most these guys were doing on a run. But with those 3 cautions, that added a whole lot of laps to the tank. I'm curious to see if we're going to see a dark horse try and make something happen here. Chad Denton, Jason Higginbotham, Christopher Carter all down pit road. Parks, Mullahan also coming down pit road. Below and Fulton, though, still staying out. Looks like the top 8 drivers opted to stay out. I think Wally Babb running 8th will be one of the next drivers in. His last pit stop was on lap 75. Just about everybody else inside the top 8 came down pit road at lap 78 or 76 or later. Kenneth McCullough Jr. coming down in the 03 machine. This is going to be interesting. We're going to see a pit stop with less than 25 laps left to go. Below, Fulton, Ross, as well as David Stryker, all came in on last lap with 76. Jeffrey Radke came in on lap 77, and here we go. Derek Fulton going for a bit of an undercut. He's coming down pit road with 24 to go. Below, Ross, Stryker, and Radke opt to stay out. How is this gonna shape up here? Below, your race leader, throwing it in deep through 3 to come down pit road for his final planned stop. Chad Ross opts to stay out in the 38 machine. We're going to pull up the live timing time on the left side of your screen to see where your favorite driver is as these pit stops work themselves out under green flag conditions. Who's going to oh, what is this? The caution is out. And I think it's going to be James Kaufman in that one. Gonna really upset the running order. Is that Kaufman that just came up the track there? No, that was Dante Curtis, maybe? Again, these drivers don't have the right transponder on the truck, so it's extremely tough to make any calls. So Curtis shows to the 21, just comes up the track, and poor James Kaufman didn't even know it was going to happen. And gets absolutely pulverized. So that'll be our 4th caution of the night. And your top 3 drivers needed a pit stop. And what's more, there's only 5 drivers on the lead lap here. So this is going to be extremely interesting to see how this shakes out. A lot of big names were put down the lap with that caution coming out. So it's going to be John Below, I believe, out front in the number 9 machine. He came in on lap 112. Just barely stayed on the lead lap. And things are going to get a little bit more busy on the raceway as now all of a sudden we've got 20 drivers on the lead lap. I believe it's going to be about 19 or 18 to go. We've got Deanna here cheering on Stall in the 66 machine. He's moved up to about 17. Eric Fulton, Jay Dargert coming down pit road for their final pit stop of the evening, maybe getting some repairs done as well. Roy Chester getting on the brakes to allow the field by. I believe another large portion of the drivers will get a wave around here. So how's this going to go? A caution late in the race, the 4th one of our first race of the night. As again, we do have back-to-back races here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be Chad Ross, John Below, your front row. David Stryker, Jeffrey Radke, your second row. Jay Darger, Derek Fulton, your third row. And a quick green flag from John Below, allowing him to get a little bit of a launch, but we've got problems elsewhere on track. Christopher Carter drilled in the outside wall. Not sure what just happened, but that run will be very short-lived here as Carter finds himself taking a tow. What you doing down there? Carter lawn darts it there. Started on the apron. Let's take another look at this. Carter was down on the apron, starts to get up to speed. And I think the transition there from forward to tri-oval upset the truck enough and just absolutely plows into the outside wall. Fifth caution of the night. And fifth caution of the first race of the evening. We might be a midnight broadcast here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Get your coffee out, folks. We're going to try this again, getting closer and closer to using those green-white checker attempts. So it's once going to be Below and Ross that front row. Radke, Stryker, your second row. Fulton and Harrington will be your third row. I believe it's going to be about 14 laps left to go on this restart. So it's going to be about 14 laps left to go at the line for our opening race of the doubleheader here at Charlotte. We'll do our top 3 interviews, a brief intermission, and then run it all over again at Gateway. As we'll do one more lap here of I-pacing conditions behind our iRacing safety car. And let us know, fans, are we going to see another caution the next 1 or 2 laps? Or do you think we're going to get some green flag racing ahead of us? Let us know in the comment section. You see Barney, our flagman, throwing the green flag. John below, another great launch. Chad Ross tucks in behind him. Looks like he's just ahead of Jeffrey Radke, who's side by side with Stryker and Fulton. And oh my, are things busy behind Radke in that number 51 machine. That's Fulton and Stryker going side by side. You've got Harrington and Parks also side by side. And there's Dalton McKinney, the 46 machine, trying to work his way back out on front. 13 laps left to go here in the first race of the night. As your top 2 drivers have a bit of a breakaway, 3/10 between Below and Ross, another 4/10 between Ross and Radke. And behind Radke, it is a busy, busy racetrack. David Stryker kind of in the middle behind him. Jeremy Harrington, Derek Fulton in a bit of a flying V formation. Oh, but I heard the magic words. Caution is out, and it's a big one. Chris Davis tied up in that one. John Mullahan, Jason Higginbotham, Chad Denton all tied up. And let's take a look at the Team Goon Squad instant replay, see what just happened. We're keeping an eye on Mullahan, the bright yellow number 6 machine. Easy to spot, no, but it's ahead of him. Around goes, I believe, the 17 of Chad Denton. He gets launched back up into the track. Collects Mullahan. And oh, the hits just keep coming here. Arca brakes in full effect. We're going to continue sacrificing some trucks to the racing gods. So that's going to be our 6th caution with 10 laps left to go. I'm going to run a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action here at the FEG PC.net Oval Series. And we are back, still under standing yellow conditions here. Waiting to get everybody stacked back up, double file. And still out here in force for the first race of the evening. It's going to be once again Below and Ross on the front row. Radke, Stryker, your second row. Harrington and Parks, your third row. And we're going to throw the checkered. I think we hit a time limit here. Yes, 30 laps short. We have hit the checkered flag. I have seen that once in my iRacing career. We finished it up under caution. Well, I've seen it once before, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very rare. It's been a long time since I've seen the race run so long where they have hit the time limit allotted. So I think it's going to be John Below, Chad Ross, Jeffrey Radke, I think, our top three. I think these three are going to stay out and keep running. I think that is Below, Ross, and I think Stryker. So for those that are a little confused, bewildered, and not sure what's going on, when we have these big events, you set a predetermined time limit, and I think in an hour and a half was that time limit. So ending the race 30 laps short, and we're trying to get some of these top 3 drivers up in the waiting room, but they're going to be out here running it. Putting on a show. It's below Ross Stryker. None of this matters. We've got Ricky Bobby vibes going on here. Well, we'll call it anyway. It's John below on the front inside line. Right behind him, Ross and Stryker battling for the post-race brouhaha. Somebody needs to throw a red flag for these guys. We got podium interviews to knock off. We've got Jeffrey Radke. We've got John below. We're waiting on Chad Ross, I think. So we're going to try and get these top 3 up into the waiting room. As we're still waiting on Chad Ross to join us here in Victory Lane. But up first, we get our friend Jeffrey Radke bringing home the top 3. And what a wild night, my friend.
Yeah, one of those nights you'd rather be lucky than good.
Well, we still have one more to go. So what are you feeling for the rest of the evening? What's going to happen out there?
I don't know. Hopefully this third secured me into the top 8 and we can just start fresh.
It's going to be close. Now, Jeff, were you expecting it to be such a rough race here tonight? Because, I mean, it looked so promising at the beginning. We're clicking off, I think, 70, 80 laps under green, and then it went real bad real quickly.
Yeah, it was weird. It seemed like everybody was nice and calm until we got bunched up, and then cautions bred cautions.
Yep, as it is. Well, we'll be brief tonight since I know you've got a long night ahead of you. Jeff, anybody you want to give a shout-out to that helped you get up here in third?
My wife, as always, Jeff for putting them on, and you for hosting them every week.
Oh, my pleasure, buddy. Congratulations, and hope to see you do well in the second round of the night.
Thanks, James.
That was Jeffrey Radke bringing home a third. Up next, Chad Ross and the 38 machine. Chad, welcome back, my friend, and I appreciate the shenanigans we saw out of you tonight.
Hey man, it's good to talk to you again. Yeah, we were having a good time out there. Sorry I was late. We, they said the race was over, but the 3 of us were still having fun out there.
Yeah, well, you do know we have another race tonight, right?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Well, awesome, Chad.
This should have got me into the championship running, so I'm ready for it.
Excellent. Well, Chad, we saw a long green flag run at the beginning. Seemed like about 30, 34 laps was the most we're going to get, but that caution kind of threw a wrench in things. But how are you feeling with the long run of the truck before we had that incident?
Well, that one caution came out at perfect time for me. I stayed out after John did, so I could lead a lap, get 5 points, and then I was going to come in the next lap. The caution came out, so we tracked a lot of people lap down. I wish it would have went green from there, because all them cautions right after that just let everybody get back into it. But still, man, it all worked out.
Awesome. It's always great having you back up here. A good time talking to you. What's the plans going into this final race tonight? How are you feeling for Gateway?
I'm feeling good. Me and Team 3 practiced last night, and we feel like we got a pretty good handle on it. So hopefully it'll work out good for us. Hopefully we can just keep it out of any wrecks or anything. It's probably the biggest thing I'm worried about.
Awesome. Be safe out there, Chad. Great time talking to you. And who do you want to give a shout out to that helped you finish home that second this evening?
Thank all my buddies on Team 3. We had a pretty good run tonight. And thank you for broadcasting. Thank Jeff for putting it on. And say hi to my dad who's out there watching.
Awesome. Good luck in the next round, and we'll be cheering for you, Chad.
Thanks, buddy. Hope to talk to you after that one.
Thank you, sir. That was Chad Ross bringing home the second. Up next, John Below bringing home the win. John, what a wild night. I mean, it looked like you had it in the bag, especially over those green flag runs, and then everything kind of got turned upside down there in the back half of the race.
Yeah, I mean, cautions always change the strategy, but it ended up working out for us, so that's all that matters. We just got to adapt every time the situation changes and try to take adversity. It's always good to have a little bit of adversity. It means something.
Well said, and it looked like you had the long run pace dialed in. How are you feeling over those short runs once you got a few practice launches on the front row?
I was fine. I mean, they might have been able to get to me, but passing is really difficult on the short run here because there is a little bit of a second groove, not much, but it would I would have made it hard for them to pass me if they got close.
Well, it looked like a bunch of fun for drivers, spectators, and even me alike. So a lot of fun watching that one. John, how do you think it's going to really change things up going to kind of two different tracks, racing 100 and I think we'll call it about 124 laps at Charlotte, and then going straight into Gateway? How quick or how tough is it going to be to adapt quickly to that new race course?
It's difficult, we haven't went to Gateway in a while in these trucks, and it's something completely different because we're gonna. I mean, not to let the cat out of the bag, like everybody doesn't know it, but we're gonna be shifting, getting in to one, and but the thing about shifting is you're gonna burn a lot more fuel, so you could see an interesting race with the strategy, like always, like we got here in this league.
Well, a lot of fun to watch, and we know you got a long night ahead of you. I think the new session comes up, or the race starts in about 10 minutes, so we'll make it brief. John, who do you want to give a quick shout out to that helped you get up to the top spot this evening?
Everybody over at Reaper Speed Lab, they helped me out on the open side as always. Jeremy Paris, just being a good teammate, willing to give up what he can if he had to. Shane and Chris, we just jumped on board with the team with them, and then we got a new guy, Jason Higginbotham, that's going to be running with us. He builds pristine go-kart motors. Check it out, Higgy's House of Power, HHOP. Uh, yeah, I mean, we got a good team. I think first race we had really good chemistry off the bat. The guys are going to be really fun to work with, and it's good to actually have a team now, so we're not at a disadvantage if we need some tires.
Awesome. Well said, John. Best of luck in the upcoming final round of this segment in just a few short minutes, and a great win here tonight. Great talking to you, and we hope to see you back up here very, very soon, my friend.
I appreciate it, James. Hey, just to help you out, my last name is Baloo, like the bear.
Baloo. Oh, good thing I've just butchered it for the last 2 hours, my friend.
Yeah, it's all good. If you keep butchering it, we end up in victory lane. You just keep on butchering it, okay?
All right, deal, my friend. Well, thank you. That's John Baloo bringing home the top spot. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do us for the first race of our doubleheader of the night. John Baloo, Chad Ross, Jeffrey Radke, your top three. We're going to put it on a static thumbnail for about 10 minutes. Word is the next session should be live. Green flag, I believe, is at 10:25, so just 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second race of the night. You gotta give the fans what they want. Since we were asked for an intermission highlight video, please enjoy my production of Team Goon Squad races 24 hours of lemons. Enjoy.
Race hard. It's a little foggy out. As you can see, we can't see the bridge on the straightaway, nor the hill upturn one, which actually I can read the weather tech board now, so it's coming around. That's a plus. But the car worked great.
Now, James, you said the car works great. We've got no tachometer, no fuel gauge, and we don't know what else is not working yet. How does that make you feel?
You don't need that.
Excellent. You heard it here. You heard it here
You should
first.
be one with the car and just listen to the engine.
Good,
Listen
yeah.
to all 80 horsepower sing.
Well, you heard it here first. James Turgeon, team captain, 2 wheels, too many. The dream started when team owner James Turgeon, washed-up motorcycle racer, purchased a previously Lemons raced car, a 1990 Ford Escort that had been sitting in a field for several years. The car was rusty, questionable, and far from mechanically sound. After a whole lot of work involving several different hammers and possibly a coffee table for the engine rebuild, Turgeon was able to get the car back running in time for the Road Atlanta debut. For the uninitiated, the confused, and the bewildered, the 24 Hours of Lemons is a simple concept. You take a $500-ish vehicle, get it built to race safety standards, roll cage, fuel cells, battery mounts, all the bells and whistles to keep your driver safe and alive, racing a $500 hoopty. You build it out to the coolest thing you can possibly think of. Doesn't matter what you have in mind, as long as it can impress and bewilder the judges, you will get through just fine. And then you go out and race over the course of a 2-day weekend. A lot of hoopties, shitboxes, and all-around questionable vehicles, as well as teams made their way out here to Road Atlanta and went out there to do battle. Our theme, Too Many Wheels Racing, a bunch of motorcycle racers, washed up and kind of out of talent, threw on our old racing leathers, our old safety gear for what could be the final time to try and impress the judges and avoid any penalty laps. Get a few guys out there with no talent or ability, and we're going to send it for a 24-hour race. What more could you ask for? He's doing great. We're running consistently 235s and 240s. We're running, I think, 62nd overall and keeping the same pace. So if the track comes in, he should find more time. But biggest thing is just not blowing up the car with no working tachometer.
Got it. Anything exciting you want to tell your fans?
Thank you for the support. It's good having my friends out here and in person. We've got a lot of great people out here. A lot of fun. First time racing a car. Looking forward to my stint. Just appreciate everybody around the world that cheers us on every week. We couldn't do it without you guys.
All right, everybody. That was James 355.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's wet. It's cold.
Yeah?
Yeah, did one swim so far. Race got black flag, red flag, whatever they call it here. Came in and they go back out again. Not in a thunderstorm. Less of a thunderstorm.
Good luck.
Thank you. Our first Lemons race was a raging success. Good racing, goofy drivers, and most importantly, free beer really capped off a perfect weekend. We'll definitely be back for the next one. And again, thank you all so much to our friends and family for the support on and off the track. Couldn't do it without you guys. And that, my friends, was the cover of Team Goon Squad.
What
and
lane are you
Too
gonna
Many
pick?
Wheels Racing, going 24 hours of Lemons racing. We did this past November in Road Atlanta in a 1990 Ford Escort. So again, yeah, thank you guys sincerely for those that stuck through the intermission. Thank you, David Solomon, for the intermission idea. Every time you guys tune in and support a broadcast, you're not just supporting some guy behind a computer screen. We're a real-life race team as well, putting together a motorcycle program for next season as well. So thank you to all the leagues that book us. We've got 360 shows, I think, this year alone. And again, I'll be planning to put together a full race schedule myself next season back on sport bikes. And without you guys, the fans, as well as the leagues that book us and all the drivers that support us, we wouldn't be able to do this and go put together great content for you guys to hopefully enjoy. If you like what we do, give a like to the channel, subscribe. It helps us out a bunch. If you want to join the Team Goon Squad Discord, we're having a whole lot of fun as well over here each and every week. Go ahead and put that link in the chat as well for you guys. Yeah, hoping to have some of you guys out to a real-life racetrack somewhere, somehow in the country. 2023, I think we're going to be doing a full season plan on motorcycles. Now the fans starting to show back up for our second race of the event. Right now I'm in broadcaster break mode. In about a minute, we'll start putting the show back together as we get ready to go live once more for the second event tonight. But again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the intermission video, thank you all so much for supporting us, allowing us to support you, and hopefully we'll be doing even more fun stuff in the coming year with all of our fans from across the world. So chat, before we get fired off, what are we rooting for this race? We've got top 8 drivers that'll be eligible, and we will go with that once we're back into broadcast. All right. Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to the second and final race of the night. Get ready to cap off segment 3. We're back at the Worldwide Technology Raceway, aka Gateway 1.25 mile. As always, thank you to FEGPC.net coming on board as our title sponsor for the Monday night NASCAR Oval Truck Series. And again, if you're just tuning in, my name's James East with Team Goon Squad Broadcasting. Thank you all so much for tuning in, supporting the league, supporting the broadcast, and supporting all your favorite drivers right now. We're getting ready to send them back out for qualifying. And after that opening race at Charlotte, we've locked in our top 8 drivers to compete for the championship. We've got Eric Parks, Dalton McKinney, Chad Ross, John Mullahan, Jeffrey Radke, Derek Fulton, Adam Shane, and Kenneth McCullough Jr. Our top 8 drivers in contention for this championship. Now, that doesn't mean we're just going to have 8 drivers out on track here. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have about, I believe, just right about 30 drivers, I think. Drivers opted to call it an early bedtime. Some of the older drivers have a very strict bedtime, mind. While I'm going to pour out the coffee And we're getting ready to rock the house here tonight for the final event of the night of this doubleheader. As we've got drivers making their way out. Looks like Corey Stahl getting a whole lot of love from the fans. From Abby, Oz, David also supporting the 66 of Corey Stahl. Let's see where he's at out on track. Stahl watching, waiting, commiserating, waiting before he goes out for qualifying. Right now it's Jeremy Paris in the top spot, a 34.04 with his opening time lap. And let's see what Corey Stahl can do. Getting a whole lot of love from the fans. Now, he's not one of those drivers in contention in the top 8, but he's still coming out here looking for a seat best, a career best, to try and represent those sponsors to the best of his ability. Let's see what Stahl's gonna do here. Now Gateway, very different than the mile-and-a-half where we just ran in Charlotte. A much tighter, smaller track, only a quarter mile shorter, but very, very different. Turn 1 and 2, completely different than turns 3 and 4, which can lead to some good racing. You heard it in the opening race of the night. Some drivers gonna be grabbing some downshifts here. Stahl, let's see what he does on his opening lap, a 34.5. He's got to get down to a 34 flat if he wants to be in contention with Jeremy Paris, your current pole setter. And let's see, Stahl is going to end his run with a 34.21. And right now it's Derek Fulton on the top spot, qualifying his opening lap. A 33.96 has broken past that 34-second barrier, edging out Jeremy Paris in the 26 machine. Does Fulton improve on a 33.96? He does not, a 34.09 that time by. Let's see who else out on track. Ken McCullough Jr. Now, if you remember from the opening race, McCullough was not able to get down a qualifying time, had to start from the back. He's looking to improve that ever so slightly. His opening lap, a 34.18, good enough for 13. Looks like we have 26 drivers making their way out, waiting to see if Mark McFadden makes his. And McCullough over. Go back out. He doesn't have time. So McCullough will end it with just one timed lap. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the evening. And let's run it through tonight's grid. Starting on pole, Derek Fulton in the 07. Jeremy Paris starting second. You've got Jeremy Harrington starting third. Chadwick Denton starting fourth. David Sheets fifth on the grid. Dalton McKinney starting sixth. Eric Park starting seventh. Don Ballou starts eighth. John Mullahan starting ninth. Stephen Page starting 10th here. You've got Adam Shane starting 11th. Christopher Carter 12th on the grid. Ken McCullough Jr. starting 13th. Corey Stahl getting a lot of love from the fans here tonight. Starts 14th. David Stryker starts 15th. Chad Ross starting 16th. Corey Cheshire starting 17th. Rylan Fascinato starting 18th. Jeffrey Radke starts 19th. William Price 20th on the grid. Jane Davis starting 21st. Wally Babb starting 22nd. Chris Davis starting 23rd. James Kaufman starting 24th. Then you've got Jay Darger starting 25th. And Mark McFadden starting 26th if he makes his way out there. Now we've got a more technical track and a few less drivers, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Waiting to see. Looks like McFadden did make his way out, so we're going to start with a full grid here. 26 drivers as we get them lined up behind our iRacing safety car. Our second and final event of the evening. So let's see what's going to happen. The safety car is going to be in this time by. And we'll get things fired off here at Gateway. It's Fulton and Paris on that front row. Harrington Denton your second row. Cheats and McKinney your third row. And the green flag flies and away they go. 135 laps. A little bit of a late race special here tonight. Harris with a big launch. You can see Fulton hold on to that second place spot after getting edged out by the 26. Here comes Harrington and Denton as well, trying to work their way up. We're going to try and keep you in the loop on which of these drivers are in position to win the championship. Now, Jeremy Paris not in contention, so Derek Fulton running second out on track. He is currently in the position to win the championship here. But he's going to have a lot of people behind him. Now I'm curious to see will things clean out a little bit. He had a very strong opening run in Charlotte before it became a bit of a caution fest, actually timing out the race, and unfortunately, it's going to happen again as I see Shane Davis pointing the wrong direction. James Kaufman involved in that one. And let's take a look there and see what happened. Looks like Davis got a little bit loose. Kaufman gets into him. And then Dargert and McFadden go off track to avoid the shenanigans. Let's try and get one more peek at that and see just what happened. It looked to me like Davis got loose, but I've been wrong plenty of times before. Yep, snapped loose, cuts the nose off Kaufman. Kaufman nowhere to go. And that'll be our first caution of the evening. Looks like Kaufman and Davis still are rolling out on track, so they may be able to get into pit road, try and get some repairs done. And an early caution to punctuate the party here at Gateway. So it looks like Shane Davis is going to get back out on track after that heavy damage, as well as McFadden and Kaufman came down pit road. We know Kaufman had heavy damage. He was in his stall for about 40 seconds. Davis in his stall for 52. Darker, who I thought got through that relatively unscathed, he's in his pit stall for a minute and a half already. I think McFadden came down pit road with that number 5 Ford F-150 just to check and see if he had any damage. I don't think he took any tires there. May have taken fuel. Here we go. Looks like Paris can have a very comfortable launch here. Leaving behind Derek Fulton, Jeremy Harrington, John Ballou. As well, I believe that's Chad McDinn just inside the top 5. So they are bumping and grinding throughout the field. And look at the side-by-side action. That's McKinney, Mullahan, Parks, and Sheet, both putting on a display, both rows, I should say, putting on a display here at Gateway. And that's going to allow those top drivers a chance to break away. Speaking of top drivers, Harrington and Ballou side by side. Ballou's moved up to 3rd, but it's Fulton with the fastest lap of the race, a 34.55. Looking like almost identical lap times to what they ran at Charlotte. Charlotte a quarter of a mile longer, but the kind of getting negated with how technical the track is compared to the cookie cutter mile and a half. Up front, looks like Paris has company from Fulton, the bright pink number 7. Now Fulton in an interesting spot. He is contention for the championship prize, while Paris is not eligible. And I just got a report, I don't think John Ballou is either. A bit of a surprise there after Ballou picked up the win that last round. And another caution will come out, showing Adam Shane with what we call an oopsie daisy in the 79. Let's see what happened to him. Oh, was that 3 wide? Yes, it was, ever so briefly. A very tight track to try and make that happen. Unfortunately, he's going to be drilling that inside wall here. Take another look at that and see what happened to Shane. Well done, though, waiting to get back out onto the race surface. Enhance. Yeah, between McCullough and I believe that was the 24. And no idea who the 24 actually is. This driver's sometimes not running the right. That's David Stryker. He is running the right number. Well done to Stryker, racing the in and out back Ford F-150. That'll be the second caution of this second and final race of the night. going to try it again. Our second caution is going to be Paris and Fulton up front. Baloo and Harrington your second row. Denton and Parks your third row. As you see, I don't think we're going to see anybody come down pit road too early on here. I would imagine the fuel run is going to be very similar to what we saw at Charlotte, about 30 to 35 laps. As that, I believe, is Darker getting the wave around after his long pit stop early on. He was in that stall for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. This time it's Shane Davis and Chris Davis, both in pit road with some extended stays. All 26 drivers, though, still out on track. Again, we're on our second caution, 12 laps in for the segment finale, not the season finale. Let's try this again with Fulton and Paris on the front row. Baloo, Harrington, your second row. Parks, Denton, your third row. And it looks like Shane Davis has sent it back to the virtual hauler in the number 11 Chevrolet, so he'll be done and out for the evening. Pace car is in, and away they go. The green flag flying once more. Harris quickly hopping up to his preferred high line into one. Look at Baloo making moves as well. The number 9 machine working the inside line against Fulton. Now Fulton is your current leader as far as this championship goes, so he's not in a big hurry to interject himself into a dangerous situation as Baloo and Harris go side by side through 3. Fulton's going to send it up as well on the inside line. And it looks like Baloo takes over the race lead. Fulton moves up into second. Just ahead as no, Paris tries to work the outside line. Harrington and Parks trying to join the fray as well. Really a little bit of shimmy there out of Fulton, able to hold on to it, slot up in front of Paris. just maybe we can get some sort of green flag run starting to develop here. It's a long way to go for these racers as we're still focused on Derek Fulton in the running to bring home the segment championship. As it was a bit of surprise, John Ballou not in it here. And here comes Fulton challenging for the lead on the inside line. Now, oh, here we go, a little bit of high-low maneuver back and forth. This is what we came to see. We're only 16 laps in. And as a reminder, Fulton's closest competition in this championship is going to be Eric Parks sitting in 5th place, 3 spots back. So hopefully for Fulton, he's thinking of the long game here, hopefully thinking about championships and not necessarily a race win. Like Ballou gets a bit of a breakaway. Harrington and Paris going side by side. Harrington making the pass for 3rd, working his way up into podium contention once more. He did qualify 3rd in that number 8 Chevrolet. And looks like the field getting a little bit hectic behind him. That's Paris, Parks, and Denton running out the top 6. Starting to stretch out ever so slightly. Ballou is your race leader, a half second up over Fulton. Fulton's got about 4 tenths over Harrington. And Harrington has no tenths over Paris and Parks, who are trying to fight up there. But keep an eye out on Parks. He was coming into tonight, I believe, as your points leader for this final race. And he is a wily veteran of the FEG, PC.net, Nascar Oval Series every Monday night. So he's going to be thinking tire wear management over the duration of this run. Not putting that 73 machine into any dangerous positions if he can help it. As he continues to go back and forth with Denton right behind him. That's Mullahan and Fascinato battling it out. Mullahan also in the top 8 for this segment 3 finale. And it is very, very hectic here. Parks and Denton keep swapping back and forth. But thankfully for him, I believe Fulton's got his own hands full with Harrington in the number 8 machine. As Ballou continues to stretch that lap. And now Harrington looks like he's going to go the inside line through 3. Now I'll be interested to see if the fuel window is the same as Charlotte, expecting about 30 of 35 laps, and that may have been extended slightly as we had those 2 early cautions. Harrington has once again taken up the 2nd place spot. Still back and forth they go. Wait a second. Oh, there we go. David Sullivan made me freak out. I thought we had some sort of problems up here in the booth, but I think it was Sullivan having issues. As, man, look at Ballou absolutely stretching the gap here at Gateway. He's 1.8 seconds up over the rest of the field. Now, we know he has a very competent hand when it comes to long runs, and definitely showing that now. And now it's 2.1 seconds for Baloo. Now we were asked for an update for Corey Stahl on the 66 machine. He's down 1 spot from where he started, currently running 15 down on track in the distance 66 Chevrolet, but he is right behind a nice tidy pack of drivers for just outside the top 10. You've got Ross, Radke, Price, Cheats, and then Stahl rounding out the freight train of this. Oh, look at the big move by Stahl. Ended up the inside line and gets Cheats. I'm wondering if that 66 machine maybe heard his name over the PA and said, look, Ma, we're going to get on TV. Absolutely licking the stamp and sending it there. Another good battle out on track is Fascinato and Mullahan. Fascinato, he is up 11 spots as he works the inside line against Mullahan. Hitting him with the old slide job. Can he hold on to him? Crossover maneuvers here at Gateway. The track lends itself well to it. What's going on up front? Looks like Fulton and Harrington. Harrington must have had a bobble, as Fulton was able to quickly put about 2/10 on that number 8 machine. Fulton, he wants this championship. And I believe he's got a fairly good gap to Eric Parks in 6th. Looks like about 1.6 seconds back to the number 73 machine, his closest competition here in the top 8. And still out of 26 drivers that started today's main event, we've got 25 still out on track. We are focused on the second place driver, Derek Fulton, because he right now is in contention to bring home the championship. If I've read the pre-race briefing notes correctly, because out front, I don't think John Ballou can be touched on a long run here lately. He is almost 3 seconds up over the rest of the field. And just clicking off laps and making it look easy here. Meanwhile, Fulton and Harrington making their way around this would be Jay Dargan, their 57 machine, who was involved in some early damage. Berger came in on lap 11 to try and get that machine hammered back into place. We believe the fuel window may be open for these drivers. It's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. Paulina cheering on Mr. Fascinato. Definitely our hard charger of the night in the 69 machine. He's up 12 spots and just chugging along. And since she's posted, he actually gained another spot, worked his way up into 6th. So the friendly Canadian absolutely ripping it out here. And he looks to be tracking down Chadwick Denton in the top 5 spot. Good to see the drivers charging so incredibly hard out here. And Now, I'm not going to say green flag run because that normally ends it very quickly, but good to see such hard racing. As I say that, the battle for the second continues. Harrington and Bolton still going back and forth, giving John Ballou even more of a breakaway here. It looks like Harrington holding on to the second place spot. Surely, Bolton is thinking about long run pace here. He's got a championship within his grasp. His closest competition, 4 spots back with Eric Parks. I'm going to confirm that real quickly. Yeah, Parks is the closest runner to Fulton, the Canadian, running third. But we think that fairly soon the fuel window is going to open up for these drivers 36 laps in. At Charlotte, they were going about 52, 53 miles per tank. Now, depending on what the downshifts, if they're doing in the fuel conservation, they may, and that's a big may, be able to sneak out 42 laps here at Gateway. Plus, those early 2 cautions allowing the drivers to fuel save a little bit, as it looked like Chadwick Denton got a little bit loose in front of Fascinato in the battle for 5th. I've got to say, probably the closest battle we have on track right now. Fascinato losing a little bit of ground here, going back up front to Jeremy Harrington in second place. 3.5 seconds back from your race leader, John Ballou. Derek Fulton maintaining about a 3 to 4/10 gap, sitting in third place. When will we see these drivers come down pit road for what could be our first green flag stop tonight? Up until now, we haven't had anybody come down pit road. And I believe, unless they were involved in a caution, Kevin McCullough Jr. running 13th. He's a top 8 playoff driver. Again, 13th. He came in lap 10. Looks like he just took fuel, so he may be a bit off strategy compared to some of the other drivers. Just look at this. Fascinato has worked his way up into 5th. He has gotten around Chadwick Denton's number 17 machine. The 69 of Fascinato absolutely ripping it here today. Had a rough qualifying start at 18 and has been continuing to charge up towards the front over the duration of the run. A little bit of wiggle coming out of 2. Wonder if that could be the dirty air coming into effect. What's going on up front? Jeremy Harrington down pit road. Our first driver for a green flag stop. And what's this? We show Christopher Carter involved in an incident. The caution must come out here. He's in the track. And we're going to have a caution on lap 41 as Carter takes a tow. Oh, how's this going to shake up? I think what's going to happen is the entire field's going to come down pit road. Carter, did he tag the wall there? No, it looks like the magic smoke came out and blows up and just pushes up the track. I wonder if that was a money shift. try this one once more. I'm willing to see if maybe he grabbed a downshift at an inopportune time. Wrong button. No, just let all the magic smoke out. And unfortunately, but run out the caution right as the field really need to come down pit road. Now, how's this going to pay out? As I believe Harrington was already in pit road, taking 4 fresh tires and a tank of gas. As I think just about everybody's going to come down pit road. We were right on the limit as we were just about to see those green flag stops unfold. So far, it looks like the top 10 have already made their way down pit road. But what a good green flag run from our drivers as well. So as this stop circles through, it's going to be Harrington, who is already on pit road when the caution came out up front. He'll be accompanied by Derek Fulton, the number 7 machine. Baloo and Paris, your second row. Parks and Fascinato, your third row. As we get ready to line them up double file. Getting a report, looks like David Sheets has sent it back to the virtual hauler. Christopher Carter's been in pit road for about 4 minutes so far, but after seeing the smoke pop out of that 25 machine, I fear he may be done for the evening. Jay Darger with an extended stay in pit road as well, about 1 minute and 10 seconds thus far. Again, David Sheets, Dane Davis, the 2 drivers who have sent it back to the virtual hauler already, and I think Christopher Carter will be joining that list. Well, let's see what's going to happen here with Harrington and Fulton on the front row. Harrington 2-lap older tires than Fulton, but I think he spent pretty much all of that under eye-pacing conditions, so shouldn't matter too much. In second row is Baloo and Paris. Third row, Fascinato and Mullahan. He saw about 40 green flag laps before the caution came out, right as the green flag stops were about to happen. That was Jeremy Harrington, who came down pit road, the first driver to take fuel and tires, and then the caution came out. If we can go green, I'm expecting about 35 or so laps. And as I say that, green flag racing once more. Harrington with a big launch, a comfortable gap going into one. And keep an eye on us. Here comes Blue up the inside line against Fulton. Paris also looking for a way through the bright pink number 7. I think Blue wants to get back out up front and continue that dominant charge. Almost looks like a little bit of sparks out of Harrington's number 8 Chevrolet. Not sure if that's maybe a setup issue and how hard they're throwing it into 3 and 4 or what the issue may was. And Blue showing he is not comfortable staying in that second place spot. He wants the race lead and wants to do so rather quickly. Look at that, Paris and Fulton going side by side in the battle for third. Looks like Paris is going to come out on top ever so slightly. And look at this. Oh, we're going to have big problems towards the back. Adam Shane, Mark McFadden, both off track. The caution comes out. Let's see what happens here. We're watching Shane, the 79. Looks like McFadden maybe checked up there, and Shane got into that back left quarter panel, sends him sliding around, but this is where I think things are going to get very interesting, and I'm going to tell you why once we get back live. Derek Fulton in 4th has John Mullahan now in 6th. These are 2 drivers inside the top 8 that have a chance to bring home this segment championship. One runs 4th, Mullahan running 6th. I don't think we're going to have anybody come down pit road, as they were all just there about 6-7 laps earlier, and that's our 4th caution of the night. Keep an eye out as well on Fascinato. He's outside the top 8, but definitely our hard charger up 13 spots so far tonight, sitting squarely in 5th. Now I'm not confused. I'm interested to see how this restart's going to go. Both Harrington and Ballou have been very fast. Harrington great with the short run pace. Ballou has been right there on the back of the number 8 machine each and every time. I am not seeing any drivers come down pit road. A few drivers getting repairs done. Darger back in, getting more repairs on the 57 machine. McFadden in and out, trying to stay on the lead lap of number 5 Ford F-150. But I believe 22 drivers on the lead lap, with 23 still out on track here. We've got them gridded up behind the pace car. Harrington and Baloo look like they're itching to go here. Pace car will be in this next time by, leading the field around. Interesting enough, McCullough, Ross, and Dorgert all came down pit road. Flashing off on fuel here. McCullough and Ross in and out very quickly. Dorgert staying in as long as he possibly can to try and get repairs done. Hammering that thing back into shape. So even though some of these drivers outside the running to bring home the segment championship, everybody coming out wanting to race hard, see what they can do their best. Pace car is in. Let's see what's going to happen up front. Harrington gets a great launch. Baloo seems to be staying right there with him. And here comes Derek Fulton looking to hold on to the third place spot, but he's got Jeremy Pierce looking to the inside through 1 and 2. Looks like Fulton gets a little bit loose there. But Fulton holding on to the third place spot as Harrington, Baloo, Harris, Mullahan all in the mix. Oh, this is interesting. Fulton has another championship contender just a couple of cars back in the likes of John Mullahan. Mullahan is up 4 positions from where he originally started. And look at this up front. Baloo taking a peek the inside line of Harrington. Let's see, Baloo itching for a spot, has to back out of it, narrowly avoided tagging the bumper of Harrington. Side by side they go through 1 and 2. Looks like Harrington's going to hold on to it here ever so slowly for Baloo. Working that side draft into 3. And Baloo looks like he's going to take over the race lead. Fulton right behind. Well, yes, he does. Looks to the inside line, almost a mirror image of what we saw just the lap prior. And this time, it looks like Baloo trying to carry a little bit more quarter speed on the outside. Still side by side they go. Derek Fulton in third just says, hey guys, I got to get around here and do something, because Mullahan closing the gap behind. But again, I think Fulton's going to be careful here. He knows he doesn't necessarily need the race win to bring home the segment championship. Harrington and Baloo don't have that problem. They're here to win, and that's just about it. Not even to the halfway mark, and Harrington keeps swapping back and forth. I've lost track of the lead changes. It's got to be 20 so far. And again, not even to the halfway mark. Keep an eye out on the guys running 3rd to 5th place. They haven't been chewing up their tires as much as Harrington and Baloo over this run. Kind of watching and waiting to see what these top 2 drivers are going to do, and that may give them the long run speed if we get that another green flag run. Like for the time being, They're going to calm down a little bit, except for Jeremy Paris. He took a peek to the inside line of Fulton, not quite able to make it happen. I think Fulton's going to try and keep that fluorescent orange and yellow 88 right behind him, as it looks like Mullahan got a little bit of help from Fascinato there. Able to hold on to it, but a little bit of bumper play coming into action. That's the last thing Mullahan wants, is to lose those top 4 drivers. But I think Blue and Harrington may slow down the pace again once more, as they are again door to door. We had David Salmon asking what happens if the big one comes out and takes out the top 5 for the 10th. I think that's where Derek Fulton has to be very careful here, sitting in 3rd. As well as John Mullahan, 2 drivers that are in contention to bring home the championship. Fulton in 3rd, Mullahan in 5th. As much as they are racers and they want to get out front and pick up the win, they've got to be thinking about championships. How's this going to pay out? This is the top 4 drivers. Mullahan and Fascinato going side by side for 5th. Mullahan trying to get out front to see if he can. Oh no, he's got other plans. Where's the caution for Mullahan? He's parked on the inside of the track. No caution as of yet. We're still green, and Mullahan takes a tow. Heartbreaking for the championship contender. What happened here? Oh, a little bit of net code between Mullahan and Fascinato. And that will take out the number 6 machine from the championship running. Derek Fulton may have just been handed a gimme here. If I'm taking a look at the top 8 drivers, Dalton McKinney actually is in contention for the championship, the 46 machine, so now he's going to find himself 2 spots down from Derek Fulton. But man, what an absolute gut-wrenching moment for John Mullahan. But Derek Fulton sitting squarely in 3rd. He's got a bit of a breakaway away from Jeremy Paris. Has actually caught up to Jeremy Harrington. I wonder if Harrington used up a whole lot of tires with that side-by-side action we saw between the number 8 and the number 9, Harrington and Baloo. As it stands, Derek Fulton, who's in the contention for this segment prize, is about 3.7 seconds up over Dalton McKinney. McKinney has his hands full with Fascinato, Radke, and it looks like David Stryker trying to join the party inside the top 5. Further back up front, Fulton staying on the back of Harrington. And Baloo doesn't have the crazy gap that he's historically had. It's about a second up over Jeremy Harrington. About 1.3 over Fulton. But Fulton's playing the tire man of the game here as he looks up the inside line of Harrington going into 3. Will he make the pass stick? This is where we've seen those high-low maneuvers come into play. And it looks like Fulton's going to make it happen nice and clean. Now Fulton's taking over the second place spot, put a few more drivers between himself and Dalton McKinney at 6th. Again, coming into tonight, the top 8 drivers was Parks, McKinney, Ross, Mullihan, Radke, Fulton, Shane, and McCullough. Mullihan appears to be out for the night. He's been in pit road for about 4 minutes. Adam Shane's back out on track, but he's driving wounded in 12th. Dalton McKinney's in 6th. Chad Ross is 15th, so the field pretty stretched out here. So all eyes right now on Fulton, who has Harrington linked up behind him. And Dalton McKinney and Jeffrey Radke, 2 other contenders, they're running 6th and 7th out on track. Now let's see Fulton and Harrington staying linked up here. The last time they were down pit road, Fulton on lap 42, Harrington on lap 40. Gonna be interesting to see what type of run, if any, we can get for these drivers. As John Ballou continues to dominant charge up front, 1.4 seconds up over Fulton. We're gonna pull up the live timing tower on the left side of your screen to see where your favorite driver is. As it looks like Harrington, a bit of a bobble coming out of 2. Able to chase it and hold on to it. Oh, it's getting worse for Harrington. I think he tagged the wall again there. Harrington may be feeling the effects of the tire wear 30 laps in on his run. Well, 32 for Harrington, 30 for Fulton. And now that's going to give Derek Fulton a bit of a breakaway. And Fulton actually closing the gap here to John Ballou. It's now down to 9/10. I wonder if Ballou may be having to face some traffic out here tonight. We still have 20 drivers on the lead lap. And no, it looks like clean track and Fulton just closing the gap. El Natural. The gap for the first time in a long time, 3/4 of a second between Ballou and Fulton. Fulton wants so desperately to pick up both the win and the segment championship here, but we know how fast Ballou has been over the long run. But now the number 9 machine's gonna have a little bit of traffic to contend with. I'm trying to see who that was. I think that's Wally Babb, the 99 machine, trying to go high here to help facilitate the pass. And now Fulton gonna try and slingshot around as well. Oh, we've got problems. Jeremy Harrington pointing the wrong way here after an off-track excursion. Let's see what happened. Oh, too much April. Was he trying to pit, maybe? I broadcasted a few races here at Gateway, and I've seen that. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little surprised that brought out the caution as he was well off the racing surface. But I think this is going to reset the field here. As yes, John Ballou signaling he's coming down pit road, 36 laps. And who we have out front, ladies and gentlemen, none other than Cordy Stahl, opting to stay out on 38-lap older tires, but he wants the TV time for the fans at home. Price slowing way down around to allow the field around him. Our fifth caution of the night, 81 laps in. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Stahl will be starting the front row with John Ballou, staying out on 38 lap older tires. This can't possibly go well, but Stahl will be starting in the top spot. Pace car is in. Bolton and Parrish your second row. McKinney and Parks your third row. And away they go. Look at Corey Stahl getting another lap led here. But this is about to get exciting as Fulton and Ballou on much fresher tires. They came in the lap 78, both took 4 fresh Goodyears. Stahl holding on to it ever so slightly. Look at some 3-wide action as Ballou, Paris, and now Fulton will make their way back inside the top 3. Stahl wisely backs out of it here, realizing this is about to get very dangerous very quick, but Stahl's actually comes down pit road. Gotta love the guy, what a move. But we're going to have problems elsewhere. Chad Ross, Stephen Page pointing the wrong direction. The caution going to come out here. Is Page in a dangerous spot? No caution as of yet. What's Page going to do here? Very shortly the field should be coming around. Page tries to get it fired up. Ooh, how's this going to shake up? I think the leaders are about to make their way around. We pan back to John Ballou. Yep, here comes the field. Can't believe the caution didn't come out in a white knuckle moment for all parties involved. As Ballou holds on the race lead, Jeremy Paris second, Dalton McKinney third, has made his way around Derek Fulton. So now it's going to be McKinney, I do believe, in contention for this segment championship. And it's going to be a three-truck battle. You got McKinney, Fulton, Parks, third, fourth, fifth. They are all in contention here to bring home the segment championship. We've got a little bit shy of 50 laps left to go before we crown that champion. Fulton's going to fire back to the inside line of McKinney's 46 machine. McKinney holding a little bit more pace right behind them. Looks like Dent putting the pressure on Parks. This is nice and dicey, just like we like it. Fulton's going to fire back the inside line of McKinney. I'll be honest, I have no idea how this is going to work out. McKinney gets loose. Fulton's going to try and capitalize at the 3. And Fulton does just that. He gets clear of McKinney. Now this is the battle for third, but also the battle for the segment championship here tonight. Right now it's Ballou, Paris, Fulton, Your top three, but keep an eye out. Third, fourth, and fifth place, all in contention for the championship. As now Fulton putting the pressure on Jeremy Paris. He really wants to put some cars and trucks between him and McKinney. Now I'm curious to see, is Derek Fulton going to try and make a move on Jeremy Paris, or is he going to play it safe here? He's got about a 6-10 gap over Dalton McKinney, but as we all know, anything can happen, especially with the late race cautions we've come to kind of expect here. Whoa, can you time that any better, folks? A caution is out on lap 92, shows us James Kaufman. What happened to the 41? Does he also let the magic smoke out? Oh, money shift. Kaufman grabs a downshift, spins it around. Oh, and very quickly gets off track. That could have been dangerous. So how's this going to shape out? Baloo comes down pit road. Looks like Paris is going to follow suit. And we're going to re-rack them once more. So let's see what's going to happen here. Looks like McKinney, Radke, and McFadden opt to stay out after a lap 78 pit stop. From about 4th place back, you're going to have a lot of drivers who came in lap 93. It looks like maybe just took fuel. Ballou, Paris, Fascinato, Fulton, McCullough, I believe, and Chris Davis, Adam Shane. All looks like they either just took fuel or maybe 2 tires here. Pace car is in. And away goes Dalton McKinney, Jeffrey Radke with those older tires, but the drivers right behind him may also be on the same set. Be interesting to see how this is going to pan out. Chad Davis goes off track. Chris Davis, excuse me. And the number 27 machine, let's see if the caution comes out for him. I don't think it's going to, as he limps it back on the track. So up front, it's going to be Dalton McKinney, your race leader, in contention to bring home the championship. But he's being chased by Jeffrey Radke, also in contention. Where is Derek Fulton, who was what would have been the odd-on favorite to win this thing? Let's watch. This is the battle for the lead as well as the segment championship. Dalton McKinney, Jeffrey Radke, both opted to stay out after their last stop on lap 78. Now, I believe that's going to force them down pit road on lap 118. I think the drivers behind them that may have come down on lap 93 are showing 2 laps short on fuel, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. You may have some drivers doing a little bit of fuel saving, and if this goes green, and my oh my, is that a big if at this point? You may see a dark horse opting to stay out, try and save some fuel like Jeremy Paris. No, excuse me, not Paris, he's not in the running here. I think Derek Fulton, drivers who came down pit road on 93, that's still in contention for this. So if things go green, and again, a commonly massive if here with the amount of cautions we've had all throughout the evening, he may be able to make something happen as he continues crawling back up towards the front. As Fulton still making moves, has crawled back up to 4th. Just clicking off laps, making it look easy. As it looks like Harrington and Paris have a little bit of contact. Paris gets punched to the outside wall, holds on to it. are getting hectic up here. It's still Dalton McKinney, Jeffrey Radke up front in contention to bring home the championship, but here comes Fulton charging up into the second place spot. He's edged out Radke. I wonder if he took 2 tires on that stop. Fulton driving the wheels off that Toyota. Now Derek Fulton going to challenge Dalton McKinney up front. This is for the race lead. McKinney pushes wide. Fulton looks up the inside line. This is for the lead as well as the championship here. 30 laps left to go. I think Fulton's in a good spot if we can go green, and I don't think that's going to happen with 30 laps left to go. I think we can run this thing out to the end as you see him driving it so hard, the back end stepping out of turn 4. Has a comfortable 8/10 lead. Oh, it looked like a little bit of swapping back around. That was Jeremy Harrington. I'm not sure if he had loose maybe with Denton or McKinney or what just happened there, but able to hold on to it, chasing around the track. John Ballou sitting in second. He is not, I believe, a championship contender, but he's a second back from Fulton. Fulton wants nothing more than for this thing to go green out till the end. Drivers still rocking and rolling. It's a late night for everybody, but very impressed with these guys. As it looks like Harrington trying to make a move up towards the front as well. Drivers still clicking off laps. It's Fulton. Oh no! Looks like Harrington got into the back of Ballou. Ballou trying to chase it. No caution as the field checks up heavily. Up there we go. Around goes Wally Babb, an innocent victim. Poor Wally. Looks like the 66, oh no, Corey Stahl, who's gotten so much love from the fans here tonight. Let's try and pick up that pass on Ballou. Because that's where it all went wrong for a lot of people. For watching this, here's the pass, I believe, between Harrington and Ballou. Gives them the old bump and run. And just drives through them, I'm afraid. And then Ballou does everything he can to try and get out of the way, holding on to it. And the field just comes blitzing around. There's no caution. We're green flag racing at this point. And unfortunately, I think Ballou's still getting edged out. Stahl takes evasive maneuvers. And that's what's going to get into Wally Babb. Babb with a massive impact there. And there's going to be some words in the driver channel after this one, ladies and gentlemen. So this will be our 7th caution of the night. 25 laps left to go, but I'm wondering if we're going to hit the time limit again. I don't think so. I think we've got a 3-hour time limit, so I think they've increased the amount of time we're allotted out on track here. Harrington, Denton, and Cheshire stay out. The rest of the field comes down pit road. Just when you think we're going to get some green flag runs, carnage strikes. So it's going to be Harrington on the front row. Keep an eye out. I think Dalton McKinney just took 4 tires in the 5th place spot. He's in his pit stall for 14.62 seconds. Derek Fulton ahead of him may have only taken 2 tires. But right now in the running for the championship, it's going to be from Derek Fulton in 4th place. He's in the running. Dalton McKinney in 5th in the running. Parks runs 6th in the running. And Jeffrey Radke in 8th still in the running. We've worked it down to, I believe, 17 drivers, possibly in the lead lap. Not quite sure, as we've got a whole lot of folks down pit road getting some damages repaired. Poor John Ballou, so fast tonight. He was in his pit stall for 1 minute and 10 seconds trying to get that thing hammered back into place to try and capitalize on the rest of the evening, but all that work will unfortunately be undone. It's going to be 22 laps left to go on the restart. Harrington and Denton on the front row. Race car is in. Let's see what's going to happen. 22 laps left to go. Harrington fires it up. Denton in 2nd. It's going to be Corey Cheshire 3rd. But keep an eye out. Derek Fulton in the 4th place spot wants this championship as he slides aggressively. We're going to go 3 wide here. Oh, and around goes McCullough. A hard impact. McCullough letting the magic smoke out. The 41 of Kaufman also in that one. And another caution coming out. We're watching McCullough here in the 03 machine. Gets tagged by the 88. And unfortunately, just nowhere to go. Drifting back into the racetrack. Kaufman can't catch a break. Trying to see that's the 24 machine. Also tied up in that one. That's, I believe, Stryker. And just the hits just keep coming here tonight. I believe the broadcast software may have just broken as well. There we go. Now, how is this going to shake things up? We've got Jay Darger join us in the spectator area saying some days you're the dog and some days you're the fire hydrant. I think Darger may be in the fire hydrant camp this evening as he's been in his pit stall for about 48 minutes. So how's this shake things up for the championship? You've got Harrington and Denton on the front row. Neither driver in the contention here. Bolton and McKinney, your second row, both in contention. Parks and Cheshire, your third row. Parks is in the running. And Radke, also in the running, will be on the fourth row for this one. Darger let us know his entire team except for Eric Parks starting 6th is done and out of the race. How is this going to shape up? It's been a long night for the boys. I believe it's been 4 hours since we've started the broadcast, so I think this is my longest time up in the booth as well. Granted, we did have a 30-minute break. Pace car is in. Away goes Harrington and Denton on the front row. Keep an eye out, though. Derek Fulton, number 7 machine, he wants this race win. He wants this segment win. As Fulton and McKinney. Oh, McKinney with a big moment in the 46. Holds on to it. But that's going to stack the field up behind him. I believe Eric Parr's trying to work the outside line here in the 73. Not quite able to get clear into 3. Side by side for 4th. This may give Fulton a breakaway. He's looking for 17 laps left to go before we crown the segment champion. Parks trying to work the outside line against McKinney. He's got to get up there and try and track down Fulton if he wants this segment win. Meanwhile, so Parks gets clear of McKinney and Radke who battle out side by side. Meanwhile, Fulton looks like he wants to challenge Dent. Now, is Fulton just desperately wanting the race win, or is he trying to put more trucks between himself and Parks? In case something goes wrong, it'll be easier to lock up the championship. Right as I say that, Denton drills the outside wall. The field scatters around. How did they hold on to it there? That was, I believe, Parks and Radke bumping and grinding. The number 17 machine of Denton is about to get punted out of the way. Be kind of careful as McKinney tries to charge up towards the front. Looks like over 3 wide at Gateway. Everybody dropping back down double file. It's Harrington, Bolton, McKinney, Denton, and Fascinato, your top 5. Bolton in the running, and we are bumping and grinding here with 14 laps left to go. Bolton in contention for the championship. And Fulton challenging for the race lead here. What's going to happen here? Keep an eye on Dalton McKinney, the 46 machine. He's got to catch up to Fulton with 13 laps left if he wants to lock up the championship. Fulton challenging for the lead once more with Harrington. So Fulton's taking over the race lead. He's trying to put a car between himself, a truck between himself and Dalton McKinney. I think McKinney's got to be careful here because Fascinato, who's not in the championship contender, still wants to get up there. He's been so fast all night long as Fulton has his hands full. What's it going to be here? It's going to be 10 laps left to go as Fulton brings the top four around the the start-finish line straight. He's got about a 4:10 gap over Harrington. Harrington not in the running, so expect McKinney to try and make short work out of that number 8 machine. But I think Fascinato and Harrington have their own plans. They want the race win here tonight. They've got sponsors they've got to appease, and frankly, racers race. McKinney up the inside line. You see the wheel chatter of Fascinato, 69, bouncing that front end hard under the brakes. Fascinato and Harrington side by side, very so briefly in the battle for third. McKinney's worked his way up into second. We think McKinney took 4 tires in that lap 110 pit stop. Fulton may have only taken 2 here. If we can go green, and again, it's fairly unlikely as how tonight's shaking out. This is going to be very interesting to see how close things are going to get. All eyes on Dalton McKinney, the 46 machine. He's 6/10 back from Fulton. Last time by, he was almost 2/10 slower. See what it updates to here. Fulton with a 34.88, McKinney with a 34.76, so just over a 10th faster in the favor of Dalton McKinney. He's up 4 spots from where he started tonight. As you see behind, Fascinato had a massive moment there in 4th, able to hold on to it. And a yellow flag is out. What is this? What is this? Showing Chris Davis tied up in that one. Saw a brief puff of smoke out of the number 5, but no, was that Davis maybe? Did he lock up or did he blow up? There's a lot of smoke coming out of that thing. I think he blew up. Yeah, got to keep the smoke inside the engine. And what caution is this? Our 9th caution of the night. 7 laps left to go. Is this going to put us into green-white checker conditions? Does anybody come down pit road? It looks like Fulton and McKinney on the front row, 2 contenders for the championship. Stay out. Behind them, Harrington and Fascinato, your 2nd row. Parks and Shane, your 3rd row. So interesting enough, it's going to be your 1st and 3rd rows, both filled up with championship contenders. So if you're just tuning in, where have you been the last 4 hours? Welcome. We're going to be restarting with, I think, 4 laps left to go. Three laps left to go. Not sure if we're in the green-white checker conditions or not here. Love to see if maybe some of the fans can let us know. This may be green-white checker conditions. We're trying to get an update from some of the fans here. Maybe that are still in the lobby, like Jay Darger. Maybe he can let us know. Pace car will be in this time by Fulton McKinney on the front row. They are on old tires here. Keep an eye on McKinney. He may have the tires underneath them. Solomon letting us know. 5 to go, 4 to go. And I think at the start it's going to be 3 to go, which I think is green-white checker territory. If not, it's real darn close to it. Pace car is in. Bolton and McKinney on the front row. This could decide this segment championship. Fulton gets on it. A little bit of a wiggle there with the old tires as Dalton McKinney has his hands full with Jeremy Harrington and Rylan Fascinato. The field bumping and grinding here, all eyes on the front row, and as we got somebody hard into the wall, I believe that may have been Adam Shane. 3 laps left to go. Here comes Harrington to interrupt the top 2 party. This could be the break that Fulton really needs. It'll be 2 to go at the line. If we can take the white flag without a big incident, we will run this thing out till the end, as I think it looked like McKinney had a little bit of problems there. Gets pushed to the outside wall, rapidly falling back to stands. This is going to give Fulton a massive breakaway, 1.2 seconds up from the rest of the field. He wants to take the white flag to bring this thing home without going into overtime conditions. Every time we stack the field up, it gets even riskier for that number 7 machine. Through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. For the second to final time. If he can take the white flag, we'll run this out to the end. And no, the caution comes out. David Stryker tied up in that one. And we're going to do this again. Let's see what happens to Stryker in the 24. Gets edged into by the 48. And a massive hit, but oh my goodness. Now we are for certain in green-white checker conditions with 3 laps left to go. This is not what Fulton wanted. The good news for him is Dalton McKinney now will showing 6th in position. Who is going to gamble on tires here? Oh no, Derek Fulton's got Eric Parks in 3rd, who's also in contention, and who we believe also took 4 tires on lap 110. And the race that just keeps on going, our 10th caution of the night. So it's gonna be just about everybody staying out here. I'm not seeing anybody coming down pit road. It's gonna be Fulton and Fascinato, your front row. Parks and Ballou, your second row. Paris and McKinney, your third row. So each row has a championship contender here. And we're trying to get confirmation this is going to be the first or second green-white checker attempt. And yes, we get confirmation this is the first green-white checker attempt. We've got 2 attempts out of it here tonight. So that last restart was just a standard restart. So got a chance at double overtime. So how's this gonna pan out? Everybody on old tires. Fulton in contention for the segment win, as well as Parks, McKinney. And that's pretty much it inside the top 5. You've also got Jeffrey Radke back in 11th. Adam Shane still out on track in 12th. They're in contention. Pace car should be in this time by, and we'll try our first green-white checker attempt of the night. What are the odds we use both of them? I'd say pretty good. Pace car is in. Oh, and already they're trying to wad it up. That was Fascinato, all sorts of out of shape. Oh, there goes Fulton. He's got a massive gap. Eric Parks still in third. Oh, this is about to get heated. Let's see if we can run it out till the end. Fascinato, all sorts of problems in that 69 machine, not having any sort of luck. He's starting on those worn out tires. Here comes John Ballou. He's got fresh tires underneath him to try and get around Derek Fulton. The white flag is out. Fulton does not need the win here in this final race, just needs to score above Parks and McKinney. Oh, will he get through this? Will he survive? And will Ballou be willing to move that 07 machine out of the way? The white flag is out for the final time tonight. Will Fulton lock up the championship? He's just got 2 more corners to try and make it happen. Through 3 and 4. And Derek Fulton's gonna win it here at Gateway as well as segment 3. John Ballou bringing home second, Eric Parks third. And Dalton McKinney, Jeremy Paris going to round out the top 5. Derek Fulton, one of the nicest guys you can meet in the virtual paddock. That is going to be absolutely ecstatic. The fireworks are off here at Gateway, and we're going to get confirmation on the point standings for segment 3. And I hope you guys are ready for a smoke show as Derek Fulton gets ready to burn it down. An extremely hard-fought win. And Derek Fulton celebrating a fantastic win here tonight at Gateway, Illinois. Just a fantastic run all the way around, and he's absolutely enjoying the moment here tonight. That was very well deserved. 10 cautions, I believe, over the course of 142 laps, scheduled for 134. So absolutely earned it on that one. Having to work extremely hard and a lot of fun to watch. We're going to try and get these top 3 drivers up here in the waiting room. We've got Parks getting ready to join us, so we'll get things started with him. And wait a second, we're getting an update here. We're getting a report that John Ballou may have been disqualified. We're trying to pull up the standings here. And yes! So that's going to put Dalton McKinney up into 3rd. So it's going to be Fulton, Parks, McKinney. Oh, boy. But we're going to try and get these drivers up here into victory lane. And starting the party off is going to be Dalton McKinney in the 46 machine. Dalton, welcome. I'm glad to have you. I just didn't expect to be talking to you.
Yeah, I wasn't very good here. I'd only ran 40 laps on this track ever before tonight. So just kept my nose clean. A lot of guys are driving over their heads, so just kept the nose clean and ended up with a pretty good finish and had some good strategy that kept us up front.
Now, Dalton, after Charlotte, we saw those green flag runs. Were you hopeful we were going to see more of the same here at Gateway, or were you expecting it to be a rough night all the way around?
With the heavy braking and, knowing it's championship night and whatnot, I figured there would be plenty of cautions. So I assumed there would be. I wish there weren't. A lot of it was preventable and just some nonsense, but it is what it is.
Shenanigans afoot, Dalton. But hey, man, it was great having you out there. You're running very strong in the 46, and you were a definite contender out there tonight. I mean, at the end, do you think anybody had tires left, or was it just a fight for survival at that point?
Yeah, there was, I think, 20 to go, lap 112, 115, somewhere in there. When I came down and put my last 4 on, I figured from there about everyone was out of tires. I figured that was pretty well it. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think Derek may have been on 2 them last 2 runs, but he's so good here that he was able to keep track position, keep it up front, and congratulations to him as well. It was a lot of fun racing with Derek up there.
Well said, Dalton. It's been a great segment. Good having you up there, getting faster and faster week in and week out. I know it's been an extremely long night. Who do you want to give a shout to that helped you bring home the 3rd here tonight?
Just everyone at the distance, Rylan, Wally, Jeff, Corey, Jordan Darnell. We have a lot of fun running together. My parents, they watch a little bit. My buddy Scott watches. Got a little cousin, little Joe, my sister. Just everyone that supports me, and you guys for putting this on, and Jeff for putting the league on, and yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Well job out there. I'm looking forward to having you back for the next segment, and a lot of fun to watch you race this season.
Thanks, man. I'll be there.
Thank you, Dalton. That was Dalton McKinney bringing home a 3rd. Up next, it's going to be Eric Parks joining us up in the booth. Eric, welcome in the 73 machine. A hectic finish and getting a little pre-race boost there up into 2nd at the end.
I seen that. I didn't even know I'd done it.
That's the best type of result. I mean, it's not a first, but I mean, the top 3 guys finishing the running order. It's McKinney, you, and Fulton all in contention for the segment 3 championship. Did you think it was going to be that close by the time it was all said and done?
No, I didn't. That was some nice tight racing tonight, though. I hope it put on a good show. I'd say it did.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun for me to watch. A lot of bumping and grinding, a lot of big saves out there, and I think I saw that 73 machine have its few moments of almost losing it.
Yeah, I had a clean race up there till about the end, that last or second to last caution. Then it just got me
Now,
caught up there in a couple of them. So anyway, it turned out good.
Now, do you think that was just drivers having to survive with older tires, especially in those restarts, or what do you think, or late race aggression? What do you think it was?
A little bit of both, I'd say. You had to be aggressive, but those tires made a big difference if you didn't have them.
Yeah, very well said. And it looked like you had a little bit fresher set than I think Fulton did. So starting to close the gap, just not enough laps. Now, Parks, you've been super consistent all segment long. What's the plan going into the next mini season of segment 4 to maybe score that top spot by the time it's all said and done?
Well, I hope to stay consistent. I know I'm going to have to miss one of them, though, so that's going to hurt me. But hopefully we'll have some good luck in them, though.
Well, Eric, always a good time talking, my friend. A great job bringing home the surprise second. You've been great all season long. Who do you want to give a shout out to that helped you make this season possible?
Hey, James, yeah, appreciate everything you do up there, too. You do a great job. And just thank the Lord above for his blessings and my family and for Jeff for putting these shows on.
Awesome. Good time talking to you. Looking forward to having you back next season. And a lot of fun being allowed to call the action for you out there.
All right, James. Look forward to talking to you some more.
Yes, sir. I'll be here.
See you.
Whoops, cut off Eric Parks. My apologies. But up next, the man, the myth, the legend, the friendly Canadian, Derek Fulton, bringing home the win here tonight at Gateway, as well as locking up the championship for Segment 3. Derek, welcome back. Great to talk to you, and could you ask for a better way to cap off a long night?
No, that's pretty much what we wanted to do tonight. Luckily, just played out for us barely at the end there. That was a crazy finish to that race, and I definitely didn't expect to be the one winning that one for sure after the start we had. But man, it was fun.
Derek, I mean, I know every time that caution came out, the nerves kept getting higher and higher. You're one of the nicest guys in the virtual paddock. Were you at all worried you're going to see that front bumper come into play, or I guess your rear bumper after you had so many fantastic starts, or were you thinking it was going to be relatively calm?
I didn't know what to expect. I was kind of driving hard into the corner there, so just in case anybody did get into each other or something, they wouldn't slide into me. So I was trying to get into the middle of the apex there and duck through the corner before anybody could come through. But I wasn't expecting anything like that, though.
So, Derek, we saw you, I believe, take just twos, I think just right sides a couple of times. Was that a strategy that you had from the beginning, or did that kind of develop as we saw that yellow flag come out more and more often and opting not to take four late in the race?
Yeah, I was just basically used up all the tires that I had. So once we got down the end, I took the two, and it actually felt pretty good. So I stuck with it, and it worked again the last time. So can't ask for much more out of them, I guess you could say. And the lefts are holding up pretty good, though.
And I guess, Derek, my final question at the end, we saw what looked like a bump between you and Blue. Was that a friendly bump, or was that an angry incident we saw?
Oh, I think he was just giving me a congratulations there at the end there. Nothing like that.
Awesome. Well, Derek, it was a lot of fun watching you race all segment. You've grown as a racer, and it's fun seeing you getting progressively faster and faster. It's been a joy for me up here in the booth, and I know for the fans it's been a lot of fun as well. And my friend, you've got the privilege, the pleasure, the final send-offs of the night, as well as segment 3 coming out on top as the championship, winning segment 3 and picking up the H pattern shifter. Who do you want to give those final shout-out to, my friend?
I'll go to my mom at home. She's always she's battling that stuff or the cancer stuff there. And then besides that, just FEG PC and Premier Racing Setups.
Awesome, Derek. Well done, my friend. Hope to have you back up here next segment. And thank you for allowing me to call all the fun action this season.
All right, man. Take her easy.
You as well, my friend. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Derek Fulton bringing home the top spot, the segment championship. As you see the fireworks going off in the distance, what a great race, what a great segment where it was Fulton, Parks, and Dalton McKinney bringing home the top 3. As always, on behalf of FEGPC.net, my name is James Eastwood, Team Goon Squad Broadcasting. Thank you all so much for hanging in with me. 4.5 hours here tonight. Great racing, great friends, and a whole lot of fun. I look forward to having you back for segment 4, and I hope you all have a fantastic evening. Good night, everybody.